Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
You're good.
Pamela, let me know when we're ready to go. Unmute Pamela, please. Thank
I
you.
only see 2 council members, you and Councilmember Johnson.
Are we ready?
Not yet.
Okay.
Mayor, you do have 4 council members.
Okay, let's start.
The time is 5:02.
Okay, welcome everyone to the open session to hear public comment before closed session. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Mayor Bates. Absent. Councilmember Choi. Absent. Councilmember Johnson.
Present.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick.
Present.
Councilmember Willis. Absent. Mayor Butt
Here.
and Councilmember Choi.
Here.
Okay, this evening during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stevenson versus City of Richmond, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jack Hughes, employee organization, SCIU Local 1021, full-time unit, SCIU Local 1021, part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management unit, IFPTE Local 21, executive management unit, Richmond Police Officers Association, RPOA, Richmond Police Management Association, RPMA, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association, RFMA. Conference with real property negotiator, property is Port of Richmond, Terminal 3, agency negotiators, Jim Mazorkis, negotiating party, Richmond Terminal 3 partners, Bobby Winston, Orton Development, and Tom Lockhart. Under negotiation are price and terms. We did receive one comment before 3 o'clock today. The comment is in regards to conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Stevenson versus City of Richmond. Lisa Stevenson was the best human resource director in Richmond. And just for the record, Vice Mayor Bates is present. Let me just check, Councilmember Willis. Okay, he's still absent. And those are all the comments that we've received.
Okay, we are adjourned to closed session. See you guys in the next room.
Thank you.
Test 1 2 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2.
Good evening to our viewers. City Council is still in closed session. Stay tuned for our City Council meeting to start. Thank you.
Joy, what are you cooking?
Oh, I made tacos. But by the way,
Oh.
did you guys notice that the whole music is Coldplay's Yellow?
Hey, guys, we're live on YouTube Live, so
Still Coldplay's Yellow.
I see four of us, but I don't see the city clerk. Pam, are you there? Five.
I am here.
Okay, are we ready? We have a quorum.
Okay, let me just look real quick. Yes, we do.
Okay, welcome everyone to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Call the roll, please.
The time is 6:30. Vice Mayor Bates,
Present.
Councilmember Choi,
Here.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember Myrick,
Here.
Councilmember Willis. You're muted. I see him here. Okay. And Mayor Butt.
Here.
Okay, so next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item C is agenda review.
Mr. Mayor, I wanted to make a motion to put an emergency budget item on the agenda for the unions to make a final presentation. And my justification is we're 1 week away.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you anymore.
Mayor, if I could just articulate the findings that need to be made for doing so. One, the item needs immediate action and cannot reasonably wait for the next meeting. And two, that a representative of the local agency discovered the need for immediate action subsequent to the agenda being published. And then a 2/3 vote is required.
Okay, I might add that I had a couple of discussions with union reps today, and I told them they were welcome to make their presentation at open forum and that we would find a way to give them time to do it. They asked for 5 minutes. I said, worst case, you can split it, might mean that 3 of you have to share it, but I would be prepared to, without objection from the council, to allow them make 5 minutes to make their presentation. So I'm not in favor of opening this up as a whole new item and having, a long discussion about it, but I do want to hear from them. So.
All right, well, I'll just continue to make a motion that we add it as an urgency items for the reasons I've already stated.
Okay, is there a second?
Can you state them again, Melvin? You actually froze. So.
Yeah, sorry. My reasons is talking with staff, the longer we wait to come to a balanced budget that's acceptable, the deeper the cuts. And we only have 1 more week until we look at our budget that's going to be proposed for adoption. And if there's anything that can change the course and how the budget's going to be adopted, I think that information would be appropriate sooner rather than later.
Okay, we do have a motion and a second.
Do you have a second?
Oh, actually we didn't. Did you second it, Councilmember Meyer? No. Okay, I don't think we have a second.
I'll second it.
Who was that?
I'll second it.
Okay, Bates, Vice Mayor Bates.
Yeah.
Seconded it. Okay, is there any further discussion on that? All right, let's call for a vote.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Madam Clerk,
Where are we going to?
Madam
place
Clerk.
this item?
Madam Clerk, I'd
Oh,
like
yes.
to remove G3.
G3, and you already spoke to the staff?
No, I didn't speak to the staff, unfortunately.
Well, you're not supposed to remove it, Vice Mayor, unless you talk to staff.
Well, I think what I have to say about it is pertinent. And I respect my colleagues to give me the opportunity to speak to it. This virus situation got us all unorthodox in doing things. So I don't think we just have to rely upon the old rules. I mean, we got to be flexible on this time.
Well,
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules and allow Vice Mayor Bates to pull his item.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, let's call the roll, please.
Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no. Okay, can we,
Thank you, Council.
the emergency item, where will that fall on the agenda?
I would put it last. Unless somebody
That's
wants,
after approval of the consent calendar.
this isn't a long,
It's actually the only thing because the other item's been continued, the public hearing, unless something else
Right.
gets pulled.
well, it would come after the consent calendar, but we hear
Right.
Councilmember Bates, item G3 first.
Right.
Okay,
For those two items.
first.
Okay, all right, let's keep going.
Item D is a report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
There are no final decisions to report that were made in closed session.
Item E is a report from the city manager.
Good evening. I have a couple of examples of how we are adjusting our services to try and meet some of the new COVID restrictions. And I'm pleased that we are expanding our contactless building permit application process. So I think this is going to help us better serve the community and minimize contact during the pandemic. It allows folks to apply online for a building permit and pay their fees online, get approval after staff review, and then the applicant can actually print the permit documents themselves. So they don't ever have to come into City Hall at all. It's done through our existing eTrackit system. And again, an example of how we're trying to adapt. I also want to thank our library staff. They're trying to engage with the community via Zoom. They have library literary trivia night quizzes and bring your own book discussions. And then lastly, hopefully folks have noticed and are enjoying a couple of street resurfacing projects, including Carlos Avenue from South 56 to the East City limits. That's my report.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like for the city manager to articulate what the department is doing with a number of emails that we have received in reference to fireworks. I think the community need to understand what applications we're doing to resolve all of these fireworks that I think all of us council members just getting them left and right. And that's important to me, that we communicate with our citizenry to reassure them that we're doing something and let them know what we are doing.
Yeah,
fire goes on next to my house.
Yeah, fireworks are a significant problem in much of the East Bay, in many parts of the country, actually. I was being told about some information recently, even from New York. And I suspect part of what's happening is that the firework companies, as you all know, probably have a lot of inventory. And most firework displays for the 3rd and 4th of July are being canceled around the country. And so there seems to be quite an availability of professional grade fireworks that are not supposed to be in our communities. And again, it's happening everywhere. It's frustrating many, many different cities. Tomorrow afternoon, we're actually having a community conversation. So we'd invite folks to look at our website and look at the Zoom meeting to try and explain, a little bit more about it, answer community questions. We've already received well over 100 questions. Because it is a significant community concern.
Well, why can't you explain to the public that's not going to go to these meetings what we're going to be doing? I sent an email to you and the chief with reference to the shot spotter. I don't know if the shot spotter can detect the fireworks as they do the gun shot. I got no response. So if I don't get any response, all these emails are coming into you and to me and to the council people. How can we respond and tell them what we're doing?
So it is very difficult to enforce. It is very difficult to try and find the folks when it's actually happening. And our police chief, Pizza French, can address some more information.
Hello, Mayor and City Councilman. So we've gotten so many calls about fireworks over the last, actually starting since April. And this is not a problem that's just strictly based in Richmond. This is a problem that's going on across the nation. What we're doing is our patrol officers are responding to those calls when they have time to respond. In previous years, we've had a whole team of officers, our foot and bike officers. We used to take them off of their assignment and have them focus on fireworks strictly leading up to 4th of July. We no longer have those officers, so it's up to the beat officers to respond. This week, we put in place where our special investigations section, we took them off of their assignment and we have them responding to solely responding to fireworks calls all across the city. We are using our shot spotter detection. However, that's not very accurate when it comes to fireworks, because fireworks, when they shoot up in the air, it doesn't always give us the best location, but we respond there. We respond there to the locations that we're given. However, a lot of times there's nobody there. And so we recover fireworks that are in the street, but we don't have any indication of where the houses, the folks that are doing the fireworks are coming from. And so that's a challenge. We have issued a citation for fireworks. We have confiscated fireworks from in 2 different incidents over the course of the last couple months, but this is a challenging situation. Additionally, we've contacted ATF to try to help us with this issue, and we haven't received the response that they were able to help in this situation. They said that this situation isn't one that they respond to in terms of, they don't do anything in terms of fireworks. So we've been trying to get help from different agencies. The fire department is now helping us with some education, and they're going to be on our webinar tomorrow. We're also partnering with San Pablo and El Cerrito police departments for this webinar so that we could talk, and we're coordinating our responses with these different agencies.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Vice Mayor Bates? Vice Mayor Bates, does that answer your question?
Yes, for the time being, but I think we have to be diligent and try to do something. The people are really upset, and we owe it to our citizenry to get peace in this city. Okay, thank you very much, staff.
I'll also just add that we have 9 beat officers for the entire city of Richmond. And so without the additional officers that we used to have on different teams, it makes it extremely difficult to go after these problem issues when they arise. And that's where we are at this point.
But it's my understanding they're concentrated in certain areas like around central Richmond, Marina Bay, and a few other locations. I haven't heard about El Sobrante, but you know, you have better information than I do. But anyway, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Next item. You're muted, Madam Clerk.
Yeah.
The next item on the agenda is open forum. And tonight we have a total of 24 comments to read into the record and 17 phone calls. Each caller or comments will be allowed up to 1 minute.
And by the way, if anybody calls to talk about budget-related items, they're going to have to wait until that comes up on the agenda.
Okay. All right, so we can see if we can decipher that. Under open forum, the comments that were received by 3 o'clock today. Let's see, one comment. The individual was sad to hear things people were saying about Adrian Shepard. He wanted council to know that Chief Shepard is the best fire chief that the city of Richmond has ever had. He also was sad to hear that the budget item on the June 16th, 2020 agenda took up to 3 hours. One comment received is in regard to the neighborhood above Lemoyne Cheese Park. It is surrounded by open space owned by the city. The open space has become overgrown with brush and trees, which has led to a lot of dry, brittle debris on the ground, creating a very large fire hazard. Fire Chief Shepard visited the site on Friday, June 16th, and Fire Marshal Govan is scheduled to assess the situation this week. And this individual just wanted the council to be aware of the fire hazard. The rest of these comments looks like they are in regards to the budget, and I'll read them at that time. We do have one comment. Contra Costa County just recorded its most new cases of COVID-19 in one day. The county's social distancing protocol directs those who can work from home to do so, and it states anyone working in the office must be 6 feet apart. All Richmond City employees have been called to the office full time, though many share cubicles and they are not being asked to prove they are COVID negative. Why is the city manager being so reckless with employees right now? Why is the office suddenly full again? And then we have one comment, why is H1 being delayed? And that is to continue the city and continue by the city staff. What are they not disclosing? The matter to introduce an ordinance for first reading establishing certain fees for the proposed master fee schedule. We received one comment complaining about the e-comment application, and also a comment in opposition to the approval of item G1, allowing the sale of pesticides in Richmond. And the rest of the comments are in regards to the budget and will be read at that time. Next item on the agenda. No, I'm sorry. Now we'll go to our phone for comments.
Okay, I have Tarnell Abbott on the line. Tarnell, you have 1 minute to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Tarnell Abbott. I'm a Richmond resident, and I am very grateful to Salvaca for getting our library staff, our dedicated library staff, back in the building and back at work. And I was able to check out books using the new tableside pickup. And so that is a great relief, because even though I have a lot of books at home, you know, sometimes you want something a little different. And so I'm very, very happy that there is the beginning of service to our community by the Richmond Public Library. I certainly hope that that service, the curbside pickup service, actually they call it tabletop or tableside, will be expanded to the branch locations, and maybe even the bookmobile can go out and deliver books to the kids in the communities like they normally would do. So I'm going to keep pressing for more services, and there's plenty that can be done. I know they're doing a hard job trying to do outreach via Zoom and so on. So we're going to keep up with the good work. Thank you very much, Richmond Public Library. And people out there in the world, you need to use the services that as they become available. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is William Shattuck. William, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have a minute. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Will, and I'm the child of 2 library workers. And last week, we turned in a petition to you all with over 450 signatures telling you to fully fund the libraries and protect the jobs of library workers. And I've heard people say that library cuts are off the table, but what I'm asking you is, are library workers off the table? Are
This
the
is
people
a
who
budget,
keep
this is a budget-related item, and it's
Sir?
going to
educate
be
those
Sir?
without internet or books?
Sir?
Are their jobs?
Sir?
Yeah,
This is a budget item, so it'll have to wait, okay?
this is open comment.
I'm being
Yeah,
told
but
that
it's
it sounds like,
open comment is just for things that aren't on the agenda, and the budget is now on the agenda, so you're gonna have to call back in.
okay,
Okay, let's move on.
thank you. My next caller is Elsa Stevens. Elsa, are you ready to speak? Elsa?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you have a minute. You can go ahead and start.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, I turned off the TV. I live in Richmond. I'm a voter. Richmond can be proud of a lot of things, but one of the things I'm most proud of was that we once had a police chief who showed up to a Black Lives Matter protest with a large Black Lives Matter sign. Unfortunately, that police chief has run out of town. We now have a wonderful acting police chief, and let's just make her cute. She's female, she's Black, she's Latina, she's educated, she's devoted her entire professional life to the force. There's no excuse to pass her over. It's a horrible waste of time, a horrible waste of effort, and a horrible waste of public money to pass her over. She should be police chief. And anything we can do to regain the trust of the community is to create a task force that includes young people, especially Black people, Black young people, and anybody affected by
Your time has expired. Thank you.
alternative.
My next caller is Claudia Jimenez. Claudia, are you ready to speak? Claudia? Claudia? Okay, I'll move on to my next caller. My next caller is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, you ready to speak? Sarah? Sarah?
Oh, we need to make an announcement, request that the public turn down your television or your computer if you are trying to make a public comment by phone, because there is a serious delay.
Sarah?
To the next caller.
Yes, so it's your turn to speak. If you could turn down the TV. Sarah? Sarah?
Hello?
Yes, so you can go ahead and speak. You have a minute. Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Sarah? Sarah? I'll come back to her. My next caller is Paul Larrity. Paul, are you ready to speak? Paul? So I think I need some time to reach back out to people.
Okay, we'll go to public comments that we need to
Thank
read
you.
into the record.
Okay, our first comment is from Marina Zubariva. I am a Richmond homeowner, resident, and teacher. As a music teacher at Ford Elementary, Lake Elementary, Valley View, and Mira Vista, I have seen firsthand the detrimental effect of policing, police brutality, and the prison industry have on our community our children. I refuse to pay in taxes for systematic incarceration and murder of my students and my husband, my daughter. We must invest in mental health support, youth programming, libraries, education. We must invest in life and hope, not in fear and death. True to defund the police and reinvest in future. Our next comment is from Randy Joseph. Good evening. To say that I am upset that the city continues to invest in its police department but defund programs for the community would be an understatement. I hear the city council say that they value the city but never put value in the city. Instead of investing in our youth or investing in affordable housing or investing in mental health programs, you invest in a police building. This needs to stop. Police does not equal safe communities. You know what does. Affordable housing, clean parks and libraries, youth programs, employment and training, employment opportunities, cleaner streets, cleaner air. That makes our city safe. Defund the police department and put much needed funds back in the areas that actually makes cities safe.
So let's move all these defund the police to our discussion on the budget, because that's essentially what it's about. So if you have any more, let's move them to the end, okay?
Okay, let's see here, what do we have? It's kind of gonna be most of what we've received. Give me a second here, I'm just kind of going through them. Okay, we have another comment from Claire Battis. I was appalled at last week's city council meeting, which opened with a heart-wrenching story about a woman's son getting murdered by Richmond PD in his own home. Shortly after, Vice Mayor Bay stated that the Richmond had a model police department, with one acknowledging this woman's unfortunately all too common trauma. The voices of our constituents asking you to preserve vital community programs. Yeah, I believe this one is concerning budget as well, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, it appears that most of our comments for open forum this evening are related to the budget, from what I can see. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to try calls? Someone call.
Just word, do you have any callers?
Okay, I have Paul Larrady on the line. Paul, you have a minute to speak. You can go ahead.
Okay. I'm with Richmond 8th and California 8th. I'm a Richmond resident, and my concern is that we're trying to take care of the budget deficit, which means that in essentially all cases,
Sir,
This is a budget related item. We're gonna have to move it.
it's a budget item, so you're gonna have to submit a new request for that item.
What?
It's not, it's an item on the agenda now, so you'll have to submit a new request.
Well, I was misinformed about what the item was then.
It was just put on today.
Is it possible just to move those?
Yeah, we will call you back.
Comments.
Okay, I'll call you back, sir.
About them resubmitting it.
Right, we will call you back to comment on the item.
Sarah?
Yes.
Yes. Are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have a minute. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor. I'm a resident of Richmond, and I want to start by talking about what this call-in system has felt like and what the impact has been on me as a resident trying to give public comment. Every single time that I have called in, I have not been able to hear the voice of the clerk on my line to tell me when it is my time to speak. And that is, I'm very tech savvy. That is not because of a problem on my end. I've spoken with the IT person who works for y'all, and I know that there is no malice, but the impact is that every single week, we and I look like we are stupid on these meetings. Then when I get called back, I need to make sure that my they're asking me to keep the meeting completely silent, which means that I miss huge parts of the meeting. And especially I miss the comment that happened right before mine. I also don't know where I'm at in my time, so I know I'm going to get cut off at some point through this. All of this, especially when last week the voices of the cops were all so clear, and
Sarah, your time has expired. Sarah?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Claudia Jimenez on the line. Claudia, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have a minute. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. Good evening, City Council members and Mayor. My name is Claudia Jimenez, Richmond resident. I want to voice my, amongst other community members, disappointment with the current system the city has to make public comments. It happened tonight when I was called, but I could not speak. And last city council meeting, it happened again. Many residents were prevented from speaking. Some of us waited for a long time to be able to make public comments. And when our time came up, we could not hear or could not make our comments. And we had to wait again to be called. Many others sent emails to be called and never received a phone call. The city needs to figure out another system for public participation because it's clear that the current system is inefficient and is preventing democracy. I will reserve the rest of my comments for the budget conversation to avoid being interrupted, and I will have to hopefully talk again. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Josh Nehart. Josh, are you ready to speak? Josh? Hello? Hello?
Okay, go to the
Move on.
next caller.
Okay, and my next caller is Yen Do. Yen, are you ready to speak? Yen? No. My next caller is Jill Perry. Jill? Jill? Hello?
This needs to stop. Police is not equal safe community.
Okay, my next caller is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, are you ready to speak? Kevin? Hello?
I think we need to check the phones.
I will. Give me a second.
Unmute, please, Pamela.
Yeah, it looks like most of the other comments, well, the ones that we have to read into the record are regarding the budget.
Okay, so that concludes open forum.
Unless Jessware has more callers. And what the callers need to do is identify if they want to speak under the budget.
I do have more callers. I need to reach out if you guys will give me a few seconds.
Are we waiting on a caller?
Yes.
Okay.
While we wait, may I clarify whether or not my name is down for open forum?
Your name is down. Would you like to go ahead now?
No, it has to do with library, and I'm sure because it has to do with the library, it will fall within the budget conversation.
Jessware, are you ready?
I have Josh on the line. Josh?
Hi.
Yeah, you have a minute to speak if you'd like to go ahead.
Mayor, council members, Josh Anninger with the Contra Costa Central Labor Council. This is probably the weirdest request I've ever done via a city council meeting, but I just want to make sure Sean has the proper Zoom link to present later. That's our comment, and I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you. There. And I do need to reach out to a few more people.
How many more people?
I have 7.
And their staff is reaching out for the proper Zoom link.
I don't know if the council would like to go to item G3 while we wait.
Well, we could. Yeah, you want to call G3 and then we'll come back and continue open forum afterwards.
Okay. Item G3 is to award on-call professional service contracts to 3 firms, Girardelli Associates, McBride, and Swinerton Management and Consulting for as-needed construction management and inspection services for capital projects in an amount not to exceed $450,000 per firm from grant funds, gas tax, and Measure J funds. No impact to the general fund for a 3-year term, the option to extend the term for 2 additional years.
Vice Mayor Bates, you want to comment on it? Unmute yourself, Vice Mayor.
Okay, let me thank my colleagues for allowing this matter to be placed on the agenda. Let me just say that we've experienced a tremendous, unfortunate situation with respect to Black Lives Matters. And I want to point out to this council, which represent 6 minorities, 4 Blacks, 1 Latino, and 1 Asian, that Black Lives Matter go far beyond just police activity. Black Lives Matter also is an economic catalyst for many individuals, and we continuously, every month thereabouts, we awarding contracts to companies that not only disrespect Black Lives Matters and minorities getting employment, but also Richmond employees. This project represents $1.3 million. There's no information in here that illustrate or demonstrate that these companies are proactive in hiring Richmond people nor minority people. And I am at my wit's end to continue to give out money to companies that do not show the respect to our community collectively. And I looked at the documents. There's nothing in there that even suggests that these companies should be hiring minorities or Richmond residents. And I can't understand why this city, which comprises of 60% at least thereabout minority, that we do not have sanctions and impose regulations that mandate that even just talking to them and encourage them and looking at their books would be suffice if they justified that they are being open and fair to a large segment of our community. So I'm not going to vote for it until, and I hope our colleagues, I'd like to hear from them as well. Do they share my viewpoint, or is this something we just go on as we've done in the past? And that's the problem of systemic racism. There's no one speaking out. Well, few people speak out, but we're in a public position where we can exercise some authority as it relates to being fair and equitable to all of our citizens. But we continue to just give the money out to companies that don't reside in Richmond, don't have an office in Richmond, don't hire Richmond. So I'd just like to hear from my colleagues and see what their opinion. But my position is until we get some evidence from our staff, and if our staff don't react and respond and demand it, why should the companies even make an effort to try to do anything? So that's my opinion. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Councilmember Willis, but I would like to hear a staff response, but go ahead, Councilmember Willis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually want to hear a staff response too, but yeah, I agree with Councilmember Bates. I mean, not just for this item, but any company we contract with or do business with. I mean, we need to set a standard that they impose local hire and targeted disadvantaged communities. And our disadvantaged communities are Black people, brown people, and other folks that have been systemically put into that position for years. So staff, is there any clarification you can give around these points, or do we have to go back to this company we want to contract with and have them clarify what their local hire and also targeted hiring policy will be for us?
Good evening, Mayor Butt, members of the council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi. I work for the Public Works Department. I wanted to inform you that 2 of the 3 firms that are on the agenda are Richmond Business Enterprises. I also wanted to inform you that we have worked with these firms for years and sometimes for decades. I happen to know personally one of the firms are co-owned by a woman as well as a South Asian individual, and that they hire Richmond residents in accordance with the first source agreement, which was one of the requirements for entering into a contract with the city. I happen to know another firm has hired Richmond residents from minority groups specifically for the Richmond construction projects. So we have a history with these companies. We know them personally, and we're working with employment and training, that is Gina Baker and Sal Vaca, to make sure that when these firms hire employees to work on Richmond projects, that they hire Richmond residents for these projects. I would also like to remind the City Council that we enforce various city ordinances when we rank the firms. So we have already taken into consideration, by virtue of these firms arriving in front of City Council, they have already demonstrated that they follow the requisite city ordinances for being Richmond enterprises, for hiring Richmond enterprises as subcontractors, and for hiring Richmond residents as employees for these construction contracts.
Is there any way, just thank you for that clarification, is there just any way that we can have that documentation better available for us so we can really just, you know, we've just set that standard for any company we do business with to make sure we're documenting that that's what they're actually doing?
Yes, council member, we do have, when we hire contractors, we have a memorandum from employment and training. In this case, these contracts are for professional services, so we don't necessarily go through that memorandum process. But as I mentioned earlier, we feel that these companies are representing Richmond and are doing good work here in Richmond and are hiring Richmond residents as well.
Yeah, I just, no, thank you for that. I just would like to see that documentation on how they're actually doing that, because it is something that does come up consistently, not only on this council, but just from a community point of view, and just having that well documented as opposed to just saying like, oh yeah, this is what they're doing, I think would just be good in terms of building trust and holding a certain standard as we continue to do business with folks. That's all.
Tawfiq, don't, when you put out an RFP, don't people have to respond with a lot of that information as a part of the RFP process?
Yes, what we do is we attach the Richmond ordinances to the request for proposals or the request for qualifications or the bids. And during the bid review process, city staff actually looks at the information that's provided from these companies to ensure that they comply with city ordinances. And we have had cases where we've rejected bids because companies have not demonstrated in good faith that they're following city ordinances.
Maybe you could provide that information to the Vice Mayor and Councilmember Willis, if you have it.
Yes, we would be happy
Why
to
not the
provide
whole
this
council?
information.
Just provide it to the whole council. I think we're all interested.
Okay. Yes, we'd be happy to make this information available to all the council members.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
Well, I think it's a good idea to provide it to all the council members, not just one or two of us. And although this is I guess a contract for sort of like management and consultant, these companies do have operational within their scope. I know Mac and Swearington, they're on Cutting Boulevard. At least they used to be there. They have employees, and I don't know why, as a staff, you can't come forward and say, look, they have X number of employees, so many minorities, so many are Richmond resident. That should be a part of the process when they give out millions and millions of dollars. And if maybe staff just don't see the urgency, but this council needs to set the urgency and demand, and the staff will probably respond and react. But it's been business as usual. No big thing.
Okay, anybody else? Questions, comments?
So, only thing, finally, I'd like for that information to be provided to full council, put this item on the agenda next meeting, and we can move it. It's only take a week. So that would be my position and motion.
Tawfik, is there any reason we can't hold this over for a week?
No, this is not an urgent item. I would just like to remind the city council members that when we put out these RFQs and RFPs, we take responses. We receive the responses and we rank them. And part of the criteria is if they're a Richmond business enterprise and if they hire local residents. So we're happy to provide the information to corroborate our findings.
Okay, well, I'll take the mayor's prerogative and hold this over until next week. And meanwhile, you can provide the council with all the, I would say give them not only the RFP, but the response to RFP. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so that takes care of that one. I think we're ready now for a motion on the consent calendar.
Yes, we are.
Let's go move.
Second.
Okay, motion by Bates, second by Johnson.
I'm sorry, this is the remainder of this consent calendar, so it's not
Yes, the remainder of it, yeah.
Okay. No.
Excluding item G3. Okay. Vice Mayor Bates,
Yes.
Councilmember Choi,
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez,
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
and Mayor Butt.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So I think that takes care of everything except the added agenda item, right?
Yes, we do not have any more open forum speakers. Everyone has been moved over to the emergency budget item. So we are ready for that.
Okay, so this item was not a staff item. I guess I'll ask the city manager, does staff want to make a report, or do you want to just move into it?
Move into it is just fine.
I'm sorry, say again?
Moving into it is just fine.
Okay, so I believe who took this off? It was Councilmember Willis, right?
Yeah. We'll just
introduce the item and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, we're getting close to the day where we need to adopt our budget, which is less than a week away. So this is another attempt by giving the unions an opportunity to present on ways to balance the budget, to make as little impact to services and staffing as much as possible, and allowing them another opportunity to see what they have to present to us so the council can deliberate before we adopt our budget next week. And I know Sean is back on the line to present.
So I guess we just call the public speakers, right?
Well, Sean, staff informed me that they got in touch with Sean to allow the unions to make their presentation, give us an opportunity to ask questions of clarity, and then for your prerogative, yes, go to the public speakers.
Okay, so that was your intent, to have them make a presentation?
Yes.
Okay, well, let's get going. Go ahead, Sean.
Okay, let me get the document shared up here, if I can. Okay. Sorry, I'm having a little trouble with the share screen here. Well, thank you, Mayor, council members, and city staff for allowing us to present again our proposals for trying to resolve the city's budget deficit without harmful service reductions for residents, and also without furloughs or layoffs or harmful labor cuts. You know, as we've talked about, we appreciate the transparency of this budget process from the beginning, and the fact that we've been given an opportunity to have our voice heard and share ideas. The budget deficit has been shrunk by the hard work of a lot of city staff and all of you, and also our labor partners working at it. From 29.5 million for fiscal year 2021 to what 5.3 million. And these proposals offer an alternative approach to try to resolve the rest of the deficit. I'll try to be briefer than in prior weeks because this is pretty straightforward. Our proposal E, and we provided 3 different versions of kind of how to do it, but they're all essentially pulling from the same sources. But proposal E is just it includes, first of all, some additional departmental deferrals to save $170,000. That's the same list that we had included in our proposal last week. That city staff was provided, and that was provided to council. You know, we're not sure if it's perfect. We're pretty sure that not all of it can be agreed to, but city staff has had it, and we'd appreciate obviously staff and council taking another look to see if there's more potential savings in the departments. And that's the very limited line items that we've included at this point. We're also proposing to freeze some additional vacancies. As you know, we've been kind of pushing or asking from the beginning for the city to consider a hard hiring freeze, and we're about there. And we appreciate all the progress that's been made. There are still some vacancies that could be frozen for the budget year to achieve some more savings and to help get to a balanced budget, keeping in mind that our hope is and our commitment is to pursue helping to fix Richmond's budget problems on the revenue side this November. And, you know, should we be successful working with voters to help improve revenues available for Richmond services, then obviously the city could start to reopen up vacancies and fill them based on your priorities as revenues start to come in. So there are a few remaining vacancies. There are 2 communications dispatcher 1 positions in PD. Our understanding is that 5 or 6 dispatchers have been hired relatively recently, and that they do believe they could get by with not filling these positions, at least internally. Believe that they could get by with freezing them for a limited period to achieve some more savings. Likewise, with the senior accountant position that the police department has been seeking, you know, they're getting by now. Our approach has been to ask the city to kind of go with what you've got and help us get through this tough time before hiring. And, you know, this would obviously be a high priority position to fill as soon as you could. We're just asking to give us some time to work on revenue until it's filled. Police record specialist, the same thing. We recognize that it's important. We're listening. We're asking you to consider allowing us to keep holding down the fort, the workers to hold down the fort as long as they can, so that these positions can be filled. This police lieutenant position would require some action by the council to add it back to the department's budget, and then potentially freeze it for the budget year so you could fill it in later. And we're just asking that you check with the department about that possibility, because there's significant additional budgetary savings there by doing so. And then there are the few positions in Public Works at the bottom there. It's 2 groundskeeper gardener positions and 1 parks construction and maintenance worker that were on the list last week that were not acted on. And we don't have real clarity about whether or not or how feasible it might be to freeze those. But we would be asking, again, the workers position has been pretty consistently, let's go with what we've got. Let us try to get the job done and buy some time to get some revenue. So by those vacancies, by freezing those vacancies, we can achieve another 1.1 million, as you see, in savings. And then the last 2 components of trying to resolve the rest of the deficit would be, one is an idea that other Bay Area cities have used to close their budget deficits this year, and that is we'd be asking the city to go, obviously, to make its required annual OPEB contribution for the pay-as-you-go portion. That amount for fiscal year 2021 is 3.9 million, but to make a one-time exception to your current city policy in order to defer the OPEB pre-funding contribution for this coming fiscal year. The pre-fund contribution would be 3.4 million. It's not a legal mandate. It's not legally required. It's good policy to make it. We're not disputing that. And it's been good that the city has started to pre-fund that to help bring down the unfunded liability. But this is, we're in the midst of an unprecedented pandemic that is, wreaking havoc on the economy and hurting the city's revenues. So we're asking you to consider just deferring for 1 year the pre-funding to help balance the budget due to the pandemic's impact on your revenues. And that would free up $3.4 million in the budget savings. And we've been listening all along about your serious concerns about spending the general fund reserves. And if the city could adopt these proposals, we get down to just an ask of spending $532,000 of the city's reserves to make up the remaining portion of the deficit. And then to speed through the last 2 kind of options, we have proposals F and G for you, and those are just kind of different mixing and matching of the same concepts. So for example, in proposal F, if there is not a comfort level with, saving all of the OPEB pre-funding contribution, you could still pre-fund OPEB, but maybe reduce the amount that you pre-fund it by for 1 year. And instead you'd be, pre-funding 1.7 million instead of 3.4. And then that would leave you with needing to spend 2.2 million in reserves to balance the budget. And then the final option G is if the city's leadership are not comfortable with foregoing the pre-funding for 1 year like other Bay Area cities have in this time, then unfortunately the best options we have at this point are the departmental savings, the vacancy savings we've identified, and then that would leave you with a general fund reserve spending of $3.9 million. But again, to put that into context, even under that scenario, the city's reserves were estimated at 18.8 million. The average year-end reserve for the last 10 years is 13.4 million. Even if you were to spend the roughly 3.9 or 4 million, you'd still be above the 10-year average in your general fund reserve balance by a decent amount. And under our first option, E above, again, the reserve spending would be brought all the way down to 532,000. So that would leave you with more than 18 million in your general fund reserve, which is among the highest you would have had any time over the last decade. So that's what we wanted to present. We appreciate the opportunity to do this, and we just want to again emphasize we're going to work, and we are committed as partners with the city to work to try to restore structural balance to the budget by really focusing on the revenue side of the ledger. We need your help getting there without labor cuts and without service cuts and without major concessions that are going to demoralize the city, and make it harder for us to work together collaboratively to fix the budget moving forward. So we're hoping that we'll continue to have your support. We appreciate you, the transparent process you've provided and for hearing us out. And that's, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the chance to be heard.
Are there questions from council members? Vice Mayor Bates. Unmute. Unmute yourself, Vice Mayor.
Oh, okay, here we go. I wanted to hear from staff with respect to what is our OPEC liability currently? How much are we indebted?
Our current unfunded liability is 131 million for OPEB.
And delaying or not paying the full amount, what are the liabilities in terms of our capacity to bond ourselves and interest rate and so forth if we do not pay the 3.9 million?
I don't know the answer to that exact question regarding how it would affect the bonds, but the normal cost that Sean is speaking of for a general fund, we have budgeted $3 million. So that $3 million would go to the back end and be added to the unfunded piece. And then whatever the lost interest is for that year will be added to the unfunded piece.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilmember Willis.
Sean, thank you for the presentation. Because of the obvious feedback lately from community members pushing on the defund the police concept, you said adding back a lieutenant position on the budget would actually equal budget savings. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, Councilmember Willis. What we're getting at there is last week an action was taken to eliminate and I hope my understanding is correct, but my understanding is that an action was taken to eliminate a lieutenant position from the PD budget last week, and a subsequent action to take the value of that position elimination and add it to positions in a different department. What that did is it kind of stopped the ability for us to save that close to $300,000 by freezing a vacancy. So it's just something that we're asking the department to look at again, or maybe for you all to ask the department about whether it's feasible to add the lieutenant position back so that the department doesn't lose the position permanently, but it would be then frozen to help achieve budget savings. And again, these positions could be, any of the positions frozen would be hopefully, they're ideally filled back in once we achieve additional revenue.
Okay, I'll just say I'm hesitant on that because since the mayor's motion a couple weeks ago, I've received nonstop pressure calls and community push around reinvesting our budget, and I'm not willing to take on my community, because of the conversations that's happening right now. But I appreciate the rest of the presentation. To staff, I know this is probably the first time you're seeing this, so if you don't have the answer and the answers I don't know, that's fine with me personally. But do you see anything on here that looks like we're already double counting from actions we've already taken in the past?
So on the top sheet of Sean's proposal, where it talks about the additional department level reductions, staff has already reduced the sister city travel of $6,000. And we've already reduced the $12,100 from economic development. That's already included to bring the balance down to 5.3. And then below, when you talked about the positions, additional vacancy freezes, the positions that are listed there were already removed from last week. The only difference is the amount is half the amount, because half of it is funded by the Marina Bay District and the other half was funded by general fund. And the action that was taken last week took away the general fund portion.
Is that the public works positions, Belinda?
Yes, those 3 positions on the bottom. Yes.
Yeah, okay, I apologize for that error. I actually was not sure and couldn't figure out whether those were removed or not, or frozen. So thank you for clarifying that.
And then just for a point of clarity for the lieutenant position, it was my understanding that it was frozen, not deleted. And the savings from that position from being frozen went to the Department of Office of Neighborhood Safety to fund additional neighborhood change agents. Dollar amount was able to fund 2 positions at a cost of just under $228,000.
All right, and I guess my final question is do you, just for a first glance of the presentation, do you see anything on here that we haven't already done yet?
Other than the ones I mentioned, I would say no.
Okay, and I guess my last question, then I'll yield. On the OPED deferring that for a year, is that feasible in general?
That's up to council if that's what you choose to do, but also just know that would be adding back to the unfunded liability piece.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
Other questions from council members?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Go ahead, Councilor Mark.
So thank you for going through this. A few things. There's actually one item that was on that we looked at last week and we didn't do just because it was in a combination of things that I think there were more questions about, but I was surprised that it wasn't on your list this week, which was I think it was some $800,000 equipment purchases within the police department that were I think it was for cars, but that was being that you were recommending we delay. That's not on here. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councilmember Myrick.
Why'd you guys change your minds on that?
We removed it because, well, in last week's presentation, we had a section of items that we were requesting be deferred just through beyond November, right, and then could be filled back in because they were fairly higher priority. But frankly, we talked about that and thought we caused confusion by that proposal. Okay. And because those were important for us to say that we understood the city saying they didn't want to give up on them entirely. So we removed all the items that we were suggesting just to defer, through November. I mean, we'd obviously still like to explore it if the council or the city are willing to, but we felt like I felt like I caused confusion last week, and so we kind of removed those.
Well, I think that's partially the case, and frankly, that probably is in part the case because I know there's been issues with you guys sending this stuff to staff as well as to council members before we meet, and I think that might be part of the case, and so hopefully we're doing a better job of that now. But I would say I'm more interested in that than some of the things that you placed back on here that we chose not to freeze, and I want to be specific. So, like for example, in the police department. We froze all the sworn stuff, but some of these remaining non-sworn positions were not frozen for a reason. Police record specialist is extremely important, especially at a time like right now when we care about accountability, when the public wants accountability. We need a record specialist, and it needs to be somebody who's, you know, not a police officer. So that piece matters. My understanding from the chief is that the accountant position is extremely important, because obviously the chief isn't some, you know, a police chief isn't somebody who's necessarily a financial expert. So I get the importance of those. That said, I do appreciate you all moving in our direction on some of this stuff. And I appreciate you all, you know, remaining creative about this. I hope that we're able to find ways to further reduce this, but I do want to say, and I have to say publicly, I don't see a way that we get down to finish this number without some union accommodations. And I don't know what those accommodations are, and I don't know, you know, how conversations are going behind the scenes. But I really, really want folks to understand that that's probably going to need to be a part of this mix. The OPEB thing, I don't know about yet. I think I need some time to sort of chew on that and see. You know, I'm not 100% against it, but it does make me nervous. But you know, I need to think about that a little bit more. But we really do need bargaining units to think about, you know, what type of accommodations you all would be comfortable with, because I don't see how we close this gap without including something in that number, something in that area. So that's all I'll say for now.
Other comments from council members? Do you have your hand up, Vice Mayor?
Yes. I want to just articulate that we have 7 days remaining. And I am disappointed in the lack of communication and sharing of information between Sean, you and your group, and the city manager's office. You guys seem to be operating in an independent form. And if you know anything about the charter mandates that it is the city manager who provide and present to the council, and working collaboratively with the mayor and the labor unions, a budget for this upcoming year. And with the 7 days remaining, somehow you need to get together and give your input, and then the city manager will provide the budget in its final analysis. The charter don't say the union determine the budget, present the budget. You work in collaboration with the city manager. And I think you need to understand that the city manager is the executive officer of the city of Richmond. She and her management staff. And as much as I appreciate what you've done, I'm bound to eventually support what the city manager is going to propose. She's the hired executive, and you need to get together and do some compromising and finalize a budget that hopefully is going to be painful for everyone, but hopefully it's not going to demolish the morale and the ability of the city employees to continue function. But the key is working with the city manager and her management staff. And that's where my vote is. And I hope that you can get together and resolve what are different. You're not going to resolve all of the problems, but you can hopefully come to a working agreement where we can move forward with this city. Thank you.
Other council member questions? I can't see all of you, so if you got a question, just pipe up, please. Okay, let's go to public speakers.
We have callers on the line, and we do have comments to read into the record. Each comment will be up to, let's see, 2 minutes. So just Swore, you want to go ahead with the phone calls?
Sure. I have Luis Padilla on the line. Luis, are you ready to speak?
I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Luis Padilla, President, Richmond Firefighters, Local 188. Fire department is suffering from poor leadership, dilapidated fire stations, dilapidated apparatus, and a dispatch center that is broken, has been broken since 2018. No matter who we complain to it still remains broken. We have firefighters with PTSD that have not gotten help that they've needed. And now a vital piece of firefighter safety is threatened. The removal of the only dedicated truck company in West County is the same as playing Russian roulette with the safety of the residents and your firefighters. With all the high-rise buildings popping up and new planned construction, the truck company is even more critical now. Imagine having a fire at 2400 Nevin and having to wait for an aerial truck from Miranda or Moraga to respond like we had to 2 Sundays ago when the old Chevys burned down. Aerial trucks are a vital tool in the fire department operations. Shrinking your fire service during a pandemic and during a fire at the beginning of fire season, well, do I really have to say it? It's a mistake. Lastly, let me get a shout out and support to my brothers and sisters of Local 21 and 1021. Local 188 stands with you. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Gail McLaughlin. Gail, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Gail McLaughlin. I'm speaking today to say unequivocally it's time to start reimagining how we move forward in Richmond. Crises are very difficult times, but they are also times that are filled with possibilities. I understand that some council members think that there are no library cuts in the proposal approved last week or discussed last week. But my reading of this proposal is that there are 24 furlough days proposed, which will result in a 9% reduction in salaries. I might add that I did not see any reduction except for possibly 1% for executive management. It should really be the opposite. Those who make more can absorb more temporary cuts in salary. And of course, that 9% cut in salaries for frontline staff will indeed result in cuts to library services and other valuable services for our community. Again, we need to reimagine how we move forward. Let's cut at the top and let's cut more from the police budget. I encourage those council members with vision for a better Richmond to address the inequities in the proposed budget. If the inequities persist in your objections. That is what is needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My next caller is William Shattuck. William, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hello, my name is Will Shattuck, still here, still the child of 2 library workers. And last week, me and the other people involved in Save Richmond Libraries turned in a petition to you all, which had over 450 signatures, telling you to fully fund the libraries and protect the jobs of library workers. Now, I've heard lots of people say that library cuts are off the table, but what I'm asking you is, are library workers off the table? Are the people who keep children safe after school, the people who help educate those without internet or books, are these people's jobs safe? You may say you're not cutting libraries, but what about the frontline workers who actually make those libraries work? If you get rid of the workers, then what's the point? You cut the libraries. Not one library worker should lose their job in the midst of a pandemic when they could be helping thousands of people, especially when the money is there. Today, I call on you, the Richmond City Council, to publicly commit not just to no library service cuts, but for no cuts and layoffs to the frontline workers who make our libraries great.
William? Oh, okay. Thank you, Sen. Claudia?
Yes.
It's your turn to speak. You have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hello?
Yeah, it's your turn to speak. You have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Hi. Hello again. My name is Claudia Jimenez, a Richmond resident. It was also surprised that the budget was not on the agenda tonight and that the city council member will have to make the case for having a presentation and continue the discussion. We want to continue to have the conversation about how the city can balance the budget that represent community values. This means that we hear from all of you how you feel about a budget that has been allocating over and over again 40% or more to the police while cutting vital services. And it's very disappointed
that you cannot have that discussion, and instead you have approached the work on balancing the budget piece by piece. I don't know if this is a strategy to confuse the public, but sure, it is doing that. Some of you have made comments that for many years there have been many discussions about how to reallocate resources from policing to other services. And I wondered why you had not taken any action and insist to have more conversations. Don't you think this is the time to act? When people, and particularly Black youth, are asking for justice, this is the time you show them your leadership and your willingness to do the right thing. We need a government that responds to this movement with authentic institutional change. Last City Council meeting, you voted to support budget proposal C, which will add 24 furlough days to 99% salary reduction. This is going to affect many city workers, possibly librarians and part-time workers. You keep saying that you won't close libraries, but library services will be impacted with this budget proposal. So it's not enough that you say that libraries won't be closed. We want to continue to have the library services. This is one of the services that help to make our community safe. So when are you going to act on redirect funds from the police?
Your time has expired, Claudia. Thank you.
If you don't want.
My next caller is Paul Larity. Paul, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. I just want to say that this emergency request is, I would prefer to see, rather than voting on it, for the request to be withdrawn. A lot of goodwill will be brought by withdrawing it, and it will demonstrate that the sacrifices that are being made by the city are being distributed they're being shouldered by everyone. And of course, if it needs to be voted on, I would say that it's not a wise measure to approve, and that it may in some quarters engender ill feelings or feelings of neglect from those others who have made sacrifices. So I don't really have much more to say than that, but I do think that it will be greatly appreciated by a lot of people who will recognize the sacrifices that are being made if it is withdrawn, or failing that, for it not to be approved by the council. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. My next caller is Stacy Walker. Stacy, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt and City Council. My name is Stacy Walker. I have worked for the City of Richmond for 30 years, all of those 30 years at the Richmond Public Library. I want you to know that percentages equal dollar amounts. So what you're proposing from me, and I want you to know that I clear $50,000 a year. If your proposal goes through and I am furloughed 2 days per month and I contribute to the OPEB, that is going to equate to a loss of approximately $700 to $750 of my income per month. That is a lot to lose from my income when I only make $50,000. For some of us in the library, it means we can't pay our rent. There's nothing left to cut. I am asking that you take the hits. You target those hits towards the employees in the city of Richmond who make $90,000 per year and more, because we know it goes way up. And I am asking that you rescind the furlough proposal. I am willing to pay something into my OPEB, but I certainly can't afford $250 per month or whatever it is that the city's proposing. I can't afford the cuts. I've been with you for 30 years. You're asking me to roll my salary back to what it was practically when I started with the city in 1990, but at the expense of what it costs to live in Richmond today. Please reconsider what you're doing to your frontline workers, because without us, you don't have a city that functions. You can't do it with your heavy executives and your heavy middle management. So please consider my request. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Alex Mazwet. Alex, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hello?
Yeah, Alex, are you ready to speak? Alex?
Hello? I cannot hear you.
You have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Hello?
Hello?
Alex? Okay, okay.
Hello?
Yeah, can you shut off the TV, please?
No.
Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead.
Hello?
Okay, I'll come back to Alex. Emily? Emily? Hello? Okay. Emily? Hello? Hello? Okay, I'll come back to Emily. Yen? Hello? Yen?
Hello?
Yen, are you ready to speak? Hello? Okay, I think I need a second.
Okay, so I'll read the comments that we received by 3 o'clock today. We received 6 comments urging the council to place the budget on tonight's agenda and do not cut services to the community or pay and benefits of city workers. Received 3 comments, urge the city council to support the reduction of the Richmond police budget by 20% and put a moratorium on extra spending. Establish an appropriately fund a committee of community leaders charged with helping to guide the transition of particular services out of the police department and into a transformative justice and community safety program. Received 11 comments urging the council to reallocate funding from the police budget in order to prevent the city from reducing or closing services, form a task force with Black youth and people impacted by policing to develop a plan to reimagine public safety in the community. Use the community letter that was signed and sent to the council by 12 organizations last week for ideas and inspiration and fund youth programs. Received 10 comments urging the city council to reduce the police department's budget to keep the pools and the libraries open. And we received 2 comments in support of no cuts to libraries, library services, and frontline layoffs. And Sabrina will go ahead and read a couple of comments before we go back to the phones.
This comment is from Randy Joseph. Good evening. To say that I am upset that the city continues to invest its police department but defund programs for the community would be an understatement. I hear the city council say they value the city but never put value into the city. Instead of investing in our youth or investing in affordable housing or investing in mental health programs, you invest in a police building. This needs to stop. Police does not equal safe communities. You know what does? Affordable housing. Clean parks and libraries, youth programs, employment and training, employment opportunities, cleaner streets, cleaner air, that makes our city safe. Defund the police department and put much needed funds back into the areas that actually make cities safe. Our next comment is from Dorothy Gilbert. I am Dorothy Gilbert, 22-year resident of Richmond. Thank you for hearing me. Richmond over-polices our citizens. At the same time, an undue burden is placed on our police. A letter addressed to you by 12 local civic organizations and 44 individual citizens listed 10 situations that cause calls to the police. Among these are matters like mental illness, homelessness, drug overdoses, and truancy, all of which would be better expedited if responsibility and money were allocated differently. Let us by all means work with the police, use 20% of funds that now support them to shore up agencies that, working with police, can better confront and solve our city's problems. Thank you very much. Our next comment is from Barry Golden. I urge the council members and the mayor to support the concepts and plans drafted in the June 16, 2020 letter in Richmond City Council and to Mayor Butt. Create and fund an ad hoc committee composed of community leaders and key stakeholders to develop a plan to transition critical services and functions outside of the scope of the police department to a transformative justice, restorative, and comprehensive community safety program. Our next comment is from Claire Battis. I was appalled at last week's city council meeting, which opened with a heart-wrenching story about a woman's son getting murdered by Richmond PD in his own home. Shortly after, Vice Mayor Bates stated that the Richmond had a model police department with no acknowledging this woman's unfortunately all too common trauma. The voices of our constituents asking you to preserve vital community programs like the libraries while defunding the police are roaring. Yet, instead of listening to us, you choose to remove budget discussions entirely from your agenda this evening. This just demonstrates how little you care about the public's concern about what services they'd like to see their city invest in. It shows how little you care about the public's opinion. We will not be silenced. Do not make furloughs or layoffs for library staff. They run on part-time workers. Even cutting salaries by a couple $1,000s a year is devastating to individuals living in the Bay Area who already are underpaid. There is an easy solution to balance the budget, and it all can be done by focusing on police department cuts. Maybe you can pull some of the money you each are receiving from the Police Association or PORAC. We demand each city council member pledge to protest library workers tonight. Thanks.
Okay, we'll go back to our phone callers.
I have Alex Mazwet on the line. Alex, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I'm ready to speak, but she's still talking.
That's delayed on the TV. So you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, I have 2 minutes. Okay, thank you so much for taking my call. So I'd like to talk about the police budget. The police chief says that less crime last year. That's great, but that's a nationwide fact. Less crime all over the country. There's no direct correlation between less crime last year in Richmond and how the Richmond police force is handling policing in our city. Who are we as a city to allocate more than 40% of our budget to the police force? What does it say about our city? It says that we don't truly want to create bridges between our community and our police force as a public service. It says that Richmond does not believe in peaceful dialogue and negotiation with its residential neighborhoods, especially the poor ones and those of color. A 3-year-old car is still a very, very good car. Keep it. A helmet that doesn't have the latest superpower technology is still a good helmet. Keep it. RPD, please, I beg you, save money like we all do. City Council, please do everything you can to find peaceful solutions to crime and violence in our city and equitably allocate our tax dollars to all public services. Reduce the RPD budget 20% so that all city services are more equitably funded, and the RPD is encouraged to collaborate truly with the community in ways that together we can lower crime in a peaceful, constructive manner that works for us all. We must start empowering alternative models centered in all of our communities' well-being, not just the predominantly white and well-off neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My next caller is Emily Ross. Emily, are you ready to speak?
Yes.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Emily Ross, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm speaking in support of calls to reimagine public safety in partnership with and leadership from people impacted by policing. As a social worker supporting schools in West Contra Costa and Oakland Unified School Districts, I have experienced the defunding of mental health and restorative justice in schools. Let's remember that the concept of defunding is not radical. It happens all the time. As a resident, I want my tax dollars to go towards services and systems that nurture and heal our community. I want the people that respond to issues of mental health, interpersonal conflict, and poverty to be unarmed. Police departments, including RPD, are inherently violent and racist, no matter how well-intentioned its staff. Police violence disproportionately impacts communities of color, particularly Black communities. Please consider reallocating funding from the police budget so we can reinvest into our community via mental health, homeless services, healthcare, environmental protections, art, and recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. The next caller is Yen Do. Yen, are you ready to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Go ahead and start while this woman's talking.
That's delayed. If you could turn the TV down.
Okay, I should start now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Yen Do, union staff for SEIU Local 10 to 1. As you're aware, our labor coalition has worked extremely hard together on solutions and are all making sacrifices to help the city's budget deficit without looking to lay off.
Yen, can you turn down the TV?
I'm trying.
Okay.
You know what? Can you start over? Can you start over? I'm trying to turn the sound off. Can you
have a
start
minute,
over?
you have a minute and 26 seconds.
You have a minute and 26 seconds
Complete
left
your comment.
to complete your comment. Go ahead. Yen? Yen?
To lay off any of our workers. 1 week from today, the city must adopt a balanced budget. With that said,
Yen?
Can we start over?
You can start now. I don't know how many seconds you have left.
A minute and 20 seconds.
Okay.
A minute and 20
from
seconds.
Today, the city must adopt a balanced budget. With this said, we want a city budget without reflections on labor concession and service cuts. It can be done. It can be done without cutting vital services and damaging workers in the process. I urge city leaders to seriously consider the points raised by our labor coalition and direct city staff to keep working with us on solutions to deter from a downward spiral to the current city structure. In the meantime, in a time of COVID, if you, city leaders, can be anything during a pandemic, be a leader. As labor, we urge you leaders to commit to no cuts, no layoffs, and no furloughs on the back of workers who are already doing more with less, working extremely hard to support the community in which you serve. We ask you to show your leadership by standing with us. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, are you ready to speak? Kevin?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. To the mayor, city council, Kevin Tisdale, Richmond resident, vice president, SEIU 1021. We need your continued help and support and bold leadership to help us lift Richmond up and fix the structural budget problems. It starts with you helping us balance this budget without service cuts, furloughs, and layoffs of city workers. We can do it, but we need your help. Consider the impacts that furloughs and layoffs, which are service cuts, would have on parks, our rec centers, city libraries, code enforcement, road maintenance, trash cleanup, as well as other general services. The staff proposal C, the council recommended, calls for furloughs twice a month. But in reality, because public safety groups have contracts and are not likely to agree to the furloughs, it would take twice that amount if applied only to the general employees of SEIU and Local 21 to cover that deficit. Imagine what a 1 day a week furlough would do to services. Imagine how it would impact the public, let alone what a 20% wage reduction would do to staff that are already under-resourced and overworked. I implore you, please direct your city staff to work with us on our reasonable proposals to balance this budget without any service cuts, furloughs, and layoffs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My next caller is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, are you ready to speak?
Almost.
Yep, I'm ready.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Tarnell Abbott, Richmond homeowner and voter. I ask each of you city council members to publicly take the pledge to protect the public library from service cuts. If you lay off the part-time staff, the branch libraries and the bookmobile will not be able to function. The branches and the bookmobile primarily serve children of color. even the West Side Branch in Point Richmond. The budget needs to be reprioritized to support human services. The highest paid employees need to take furloughs so that the frontline lowest paid employees can have some income. The budget will not be painful for those who are only asked to give up 1%. Ask them to give up 8 or 9% and save some jobs. We need to re-envision what public safety means and how it works. The police department does need to be trimmed down. It does need some cuts. And I would rather have our city council member, Eduardo Martinez, read the statement, but I'm going to start it off. Richmond Public Library's pledge. As the Richmond Public Library is an invaluable asset to the community, being the center that creates and holds our history and culture, the one educational institution this city has and which is mandated by the city charter. Recognizing that residents depend on it for lifelong learning, technology, recreational reading, research, literacy, homework help, story times, and more. And that access to these services are made available to all community members of all backgrounds, races, genders, ages, sexual orientations, and abilities, regardless of ability to pay housing or immigration status. I pledge that I will take no action to cut library services or the dedicated frontline workers that deliver them. Thank you very much. Eduardo Martinez, I hope you will read the pledge and in your 2 minutes of public speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Jiggy Athalingam. Jiggy, are you ready to speak?
Yeah.
Okay, you have
Hi, my name is
2 minutes. Go ahead.
My name is Jiggy Athalingam, and I'm a Richmond resident living in the Richmond Annex. And I'm calling today to tell you that the police do not make me feel safe. I know I'm not the only person who tenses up and starts sweating when they see a police car driving near them. And this is not what public safety looks like. Now, during this unprecedented moment in our country where we are speaking up for racial justice in the midst of a global pandemic, the council is considering how to balance the budget. This is the perfect opportunity for us to reimagine what public safety looks like in our city. A budget is a representation of our values as a community, and our current budget spends more than 40% on policing. These are not the values of the community that I want to live in. As our elected representatives, you are tasked with listening to the voices of your constituents and representing our best interests. Your community is speaking to you with a unified voice, asking you to defund the police and reinvest in our communities. So I call on you to approve a motion to reduce the budget for RPD by 20%, to place a moratorium on future spending for RPD, and to create and fund an ad hoc committee composed of community members that will develop a transition plan toward a new community safety program that phases out policing. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Mike Parker. Mike, are you ready to speak? Mike?
Asking you to defund
Mike?
the police and reinvest in our
Okay, I think I need a second to reach back out to him.
reduce the budget for RPD by 20%.
Okay, we'll go to some comments to read.
Good evening, council members. My name is Asuncion Carmona. I have lived in Richmond for 15 years and I am a member of ACE. I don't want to see cuts made to the budget for community services. We need more money for parks, that I have a place to play soccer with my kids. We need more money for the library so my kids have a place to study. And we need more money for stoplights, speed bumps, and stop signs. We do not need more money for the police. We need to decrease the police budget and put the money into things the community needs. The police already has more than enough money when compared to other community services. Thank you. The next comment is from Veronica Medina. I live in Richmond and I am a member of the community group ACE. For my family, it is very important to have parks that are open and available for my kids so that they have a safe place where they can go and play and get fresh air. The library is also really important to my family. It is a place where my kids can go and do their homework after school. I think that our city needs to cut the budget for the police because right now we need other services like youth programs and housing. The police do not need to buy anything. They already have new police cars. Thank you. My name is Ezekiel Chum. I live in Richmond and I am a member of ACE. I am writing to you because I want to see you cut the police budget. You should not increase salaries for Richmond police. Rather than funding the police, the city should fund parks, libraries, housing for low-income people, after-school programs, and traffic safety improvements. Thank you. My name is Amelia Bermudez. I'm a Richmond resident and member of ACE. I urge you to defund the police. Right now is not the time to increase salaries for the police. It is more important to keep the library open and maintain the city parks than to fund the police. We also need more traffic safety improvements like speed bumps. My name is Cornelio Perez, and I live in Richmond, California. I request that the City Council cut the police budget by 20% or more. The police doesn't need more money. We are currently in a pandemic and a housing crisis. We need to use funds to house homeless people, not for more police. My name is Raul Vasquez. I'm a Richmond resident and an ACE member. I have 3 sons who are students. They regularly use the Richmond Library to do research and study. In my 40 years of living here in Richmond, I have never seen anything like this pandemic. With the spread of COVID, we do not need the mayor to cut the budget for community services. We need the parks so that we have places to exercise. We need the city to invest in traffic safety measures to prevent more accidents from occurring. If there are any budget cuts to be made, the cuts should be made to the police department. The police have received more than enough money. It is now time to provide our communities with some assistance and services to make our Richmond residents healthy now and into the future. My name is Irene Gonzalez. I am an ACE member. I have lived in Richmond for over 18 years and have 5 kids. I do not want the mayor to cut the budget for community services. We need more money for schools to provide better education for our children, better libraries and parks so that our children have a place to go to get physically active. We also need more speed bumps, stop signs, cameras to catch illegal dumpers, and low-income housing. My name is Elsa Stevens, and I'm a Richmond resident and member of ACE. I am calling on you not to cut libraries and library services and no frontline layoffs. It is appalling that the City Council is considering cuts to already underfunded but vital community services while increasing police salaries amid an already extensively funded police budget. The average salary per FTE in the police department is twice that of library employees. Budget cuts and layoffs will only exacerbate the financial struggle of our community. At this moment in our country, it is more clear than ever that we need to enhance public services that lift up and educate our communities. We need to be investing in our community in these spaces, not reducing staff and services. If we defund the services people of color depend on and disproportionately fund police services, what does that say about the priorities of our community? My name is Laura Godnaz. I am a Richmond resident and a member of ACE. Living in Richmond, it breaks my heart every day to see so many people living outside in encampments, especially during this pandemic. Over the last 5 years, we have seen a huge increase in Richmond's homeless population. We should be investing in Richmond, in housing and services for the homeless, not in more funds for the police. I urge you to cut the police budget and redirect those funds into housing and homeless services. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to our callers now. I think we only have two last
Yes.
callers. Okay.
Yes. I have Mike Parker on the line. Mike, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mike Parker, I'm a member of the Richmond Progressive Alliance. And first, I want to thank the city clerk's office for their amazing patience and helpfulness in getting us through what is obviously an inadequate technology. Last week, the council voted 4-3 to adopt option C as the way to balance the budget. Essentially, the council voted to threaten to lay off 53 non-police employees unless the unions agreed to a proposal for 24 furlough days a year. The city can lay off employees without union agreement, so it is a pretty strong threat that the 4 members of the council endorsed. What does the furlough bargaining position mean? First, the furloughs mean about a 10% cut in the services the city provides. Second, the furloughs are equivalent to a significant across-the-board pay cut for city workers. Third, the furloughs increase inequity. The 24 furlough days amount to a 9% wage cut for employees who have seen no cost of living increase in 5 years. Plus, the city will require lowest paid city staff to make substantial additional contributions towards their medical and pension benefits. To make matters worse, the lowest paid city workers are far less likely to get any of that overtime that the higher paid police and management staff will get. I urge council members to let staff know that they will not vote for any across-the-board cuts for city workers, whether furloughs or direct pay cuts.
If cuts are necessary, then they must take most from those who make more than $150,000 per year, including top city management. This whole budget process, frankly, is a fraud unless you put a hard cap on overtime. For every hard freeze on police positions means nothing if the police department simply fills those vacancies with overtime. So you've got a lot to do if you really want to balance the budget and not just make a show of it for this year. Thank you.
Thank you. My next caller is Sarah Cantor. Sarah, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 2 minutes. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Sarah Cantor. I am a resident of Richmond. I want to start by addressing Councilor Bates. Councilor Bates, I really appreciated your commitment to justice earlier when you were talking about the contracts in item G3, and just want to share their names, some of our shared values. We both agree that Black Lives Matter, that it's important to address concerns of upset residents, and that it is not okay to continue with business as usual simply for the sake of continuing with business as usual. I urge you to look at how these values are reflected in our calls to defund the police. We believe that defunding the police is the best way to make sure that Black people stay alive and that business as usual does not continue. And we are upset residents calling you and telling you that this is what we want. Mayor Butt, you have showed time and time again that you are not listening to your citizens. You instead just continue to state your irrational belief that the city of Richmond loves the police. And I am very much looking forward to voting you out of office in a few years. I want to address council members Willis and Martinez and say thank you so much for your commitment to discussing this issue. It's not forgotten, it does not go unnoticed. And for Councilors Troy, Johnson, and Myrick, you promised to continue the conversation and we are holding you to that promise. I'm also asking that every member of the council disclose the amount of money that they have received both yearly and over the years from the Richmond Police Officers Association. That is pertinent to this discussion. Also wanted to name that there were a number of comments last week about there already having been a 20% cut to the police budget due to reduction in force from 196 officers to 150. And that may be true, but there has been no corresponding cut in the budget. The police budget has only increased since at least 2013. And we are not talking about—
Your time has expired, Sarah. Thank you.
We're talking—
Jesua, do you have any more callers?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go back to our comments.
Dear council members, my name is Michelle Chan, and my family are residents of North and East. As the council debates how to close the budget gap, I urge you to consider reducing compensation for the wealthiest city workers in order to protect the hours and pay of lower paid employees. I also urge you to allocate at least 20% of funding from the police budget, including limiting overtime, as a way to prevent the city from reducing or closing important services. Finally, I strongly believe that we need to reimagine what public safety would look like for Richmond. I support the creation of a task force comprised mainly of Black youth and people impacted by policing to drive this process. Other models of public safety already exist. In Eugene, Oregon, for example, the publicly funded CAHOOTS program sends a medic and a mental health worker to cover certain calls instead of police. In 2017, these teams answered 17% of the Eugene Police Department's overall call volume, saving the city around $8 million each year. Defunding the police is not a harebrained idea. As Mayor Butt called it, it's one whose time has come. Sincerely. Our next comment is from Taylor Kennedy. As a resident of Richmond, I urge you to defund the RPD, who have proven time and time again they do not deserve our money nor our trust, and instead invest that money in community resources like our public libraries, pools, youth programs, and local Richmond businesses. Furthermore, I would like to ask that the funds that would have gone to the RPD be invested in task force with Black youth and people impacted by policing to develop a plan to reimagine public safety in our community. Lastly, I would like to say to Mayor Butt that your actions over the previous city council meetings have been a disgrace, and I'm looking forward to voting you out. Thank you. Our next comment is from Sadie Egan. and I grew up in Richmond, and I'm now raising my family here as well. I'm extremely disappointed that City Council Member Willis's motion to reduce RPD's budget by 20% and establish alternative community safety programs did not pass last week. This was a huge missed opportunity. I would like to urge the council, but specifically council members Myrick, Johnson, and Choi, to create and fund an ad hoc committee composed of Black youth and adults to form a plan to transition current RPD functions to restorative and community-based safety programs for our city. This would ensure that the process that this would ensure that the process that all three of you cited as your reasoning for a no or abstain vote on Willis's motion begins, and we continue to move towards transforming our community safety and well-being. We must put our money where our morals are. Continuing a fund of militarized police force with limited training or competence in mental health, drug abuse, homelessness, disability, or combating systematic racism is not in our community's best interest. Defund the police and fund the people. I would like also to address the many RPD employees that called in last week and asked that they read that the defund movement is really asking for. Ask yourselves, what made you want to become a police officer? I hope it was ensuring community safety and helping people. If that is the case, then you should be right here with us demanding that money be invested in programs to manage, decrease, and respond to the social issues that lead to violent crimes. Our next comment is from Jane Corinth. And once again, I urge the council to act boldly in facing our 2021 budget challenge. Please listen to your residents who elected you and enact the changes that communities throughout the country are now considering in view of recent tragic events. Richmond too must reimagine its approach to criminal justice and bring city residents, planning a new approach to public safety. I ask you to create an ad hoc committee to explore alternatives with strong representation by youth and those most affected by punitive policing practices. Cutting anything from library and recreational programs will only add to the deprivation in our neighborhoods most devastated by the COVID-19 crisis. Rather, put a cap on Richmond's inflated policing costs and reallocate those funds to creative solutions and positive public benefit. Our next comment is from Andrea Malerkey, a Richmond resident and SEIU 1021 member and a public librarian. This comes under the open forum tonight because you did not put the city budget on the agenda. I am surprised and disappointed by this. The budget reflects our priorities as a city, and budget decisions should be made with lots of community input. These are difficult financial times and hard decisions will have to be made, and I believe deeply in making those decisions transparently and with full community engagement. I want to urge you, as you make budget decisions, to please consider the value of the dollars spent on community services versus policing. The Richmond City budget is already very lopsided, with libraries receiving less than 1/10 the funding that the police department does. And considering the average salary for the FTE in police is twice that of a library worker, trying to balance this budget with cuts to library staffing is a mistake, both because of the limited cost savings you would realize and because of the important services that would be cut. Every week, I come and remind you what the library does. I don't need to do that again. You know, and you hear from the community how valuable it is to have a community-based space that is open to all members of the community to support whatever personal or collective development they are pursuing. We know that what we need to do is invest in our services and spaces that lift up Black and Brown communities and anti-racist people first work. So my question for you, where do you stand? Show us that you stand with community by pledging not to cut libraries, neither the buildings, nor the services, nor the dedicated workers who deliver them. Thank you. Our next comment is from Michael Glickson, and I'm a Richmond resident. Today, I'm calling on you to take bold action to reimagine public safety. For the past few weeks, our council has debated how to balance the 2020-2021 budget. This has happened amidst the backdrop of national and local calls to defund the police. Today, I'm urging the council to turn that vision into reality by instituting the following. Approve a motion to reduce the Richmond Police Department budget by 20%, place a moratorium on future spending for the Richmond Police Department, which includes capping spending for equipment, capital improvements, and overtime spending. Create and fund an ad hoc committee composed of community leaders and key stakeholders to develop a plan to transition critical services and functions outside of the scope of the police department to a transformative justice, restorative, and comprehensive community safety program. This is vital if we are to transform Richmond and our country. This comment is from Eddie Chacon. a Richmond community member, I am urging the council to reallocate funding from the police budget to prevent the city from reducing or closing services. It is 2020. There are nationwide movements and policies being implemented, including reallocation of police budgets. Have you heard of that one quote that says, quote, "When you are neutral in times of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor," unquote. That was reflected last week in those city council members who abstained from the motion to defund RPD by 20%. I want you to know that the community is watching the moves you make. I want you to think of the legacy you will be leaving on our community once your terms are over. I want to urge you to consider calling for a task force to be created with Black youth and people impacted by policing to develop a plan to reimagine public safety in the community. Please think about the real needs of the community and consider reallocating funds. Check for some phone calls. Our next comment is from Laura Mangles. I am a Richmond socialist with a PhD from UC Berkeley who has studied crime and policing for decades. For structural reasons, official violent crime rates have been declining not only in Richmond, but across the United States, and yet we find it difficult to imagine cutting our police budget. What is the police for, if not to respond to crime? So if crime is going down, why is the police budget always rising? To justify the bloated budget, we inappropriately relied on the police for situations where a different kind of response would be better. We need to cut the police budget not only so that we can balance the budget, more importantly, we need to cut the police budget so that we can reallocate funds to crucial services. We could hire social workers, community mediators, mental health professionals, and others who can help make our community safer. Experts on public safety have been making the case for decades. Our youth are making the case in the streets. We are all demanding the same thing. We are all demanding that you defund the police and reallocate money in the community. Our next comment is from Jose Alfredo Palma. I'm a Richmond resident and ACE member. I have lived in Richmond for the last 2 years. I have a daughter. We like to go to the library and go to the parks to do different activities like exercise and play soccer to be in good health. We need to preserve community services. If we are going to cut anything, we should cut the police department's big salaries. Don't cut the community services we depend on. Thank you. Our next comment is from Valerie Jameson. I'm a Richmond resident. My comments are an extension of the last week's defunding of the Richmond Police Department discussion. I would like to start off by acknowledging Council Members Willis and Martinez for taking a brave step of voting on a motion that was put forward by community members to reduce RPD's budget by 20%, which would have alleviated an immediate pressures of balancing the next year's city budget and providing an immediate timeline for the next steps and accountability. I also want to thank Councilmember Myrick for his recent comments and for taking proactive steps forward in reallocating funds when the conversation seemed to be closed. This type of reallocation of funds in the case of a lieutenant position toward alternative models of community prevention and crime reduction are exactly what we are calling for when we talk about reimagining public safety. There's a spectrum of opinions among those that are calling to defund the police, from the ask of reducing RPD's budget to close the immediate deficit to complete police abolition. However, what was put forward last week was mainly about defunding and eliminating the overfunding of the police department in relation to our overall budget. Our city is deprived of various social services and resources related to health, safety, recreation, and housing. We nickel and dime critical programs and propose eliminating in the case of the attempt to repeal rent control and undercut efforts to prioritize preventive family and children's services in the case of the attacks on Richmond Kids First. Yet we cannot address the elephant in the room in terms of where the majority of our city dollars are being spent. I urge the council not to take this moment in vain and propose action steps to transition our budget allocations. This means, number one, placing a moratorium on future spending of the police department, which includes capping spending for equipment, capital improvements, and overtime spending. While two, directing staff to create a 6-month ad hoc committee to develop a plan to transition critical services and functions outside the scope of the police department toward an overall restorative comprehensive community safety program. This committee should prioritize those most impacted by policing and Black, Indigenous people of color who have been central to advocacy on this topic for years. Our city has gone through a reorganization of departments, and I am hopeful a similar process can be done regarding the roles and responsibilities of the police department to alleviate overspending. Defunding is not about reducing staff capacity to respond to community needs. It is about reallocating and outsourcing those responsibilities based on what is truly needed for the health and well-being of individuals and the community as a whole. This moment is not over, and this conversation must continue.
Our next comment is from Luis Chacon. He's a local public school teacher. I urge the council to reallocate funding from the police budget to prevent the city from reducing or closing any public services that serve families and youth in a more supportive and dignified manner. The reallocation of funding does not mean abolishing the police. Rather, it means reappropriating funds into other public mental, social, physical, and emotional health services. This would potentially allow those officers who seek to protect and serve, as they say, to continue doing so in a more productive and intentional way. I also call for a task force to be created with Black youth and people impacted by policing to develop a plan to reimagine public safety in the community. Thank you for your time. Okay, our next comment is from Eddie Chacon. Okay, this is from Eddie Chacon. Good evening, City Council members. My name is Eddie Chacon, Richmond community member. I am urging the council to reallocate funding from the police budget to prevent the city from reducing or closing services. It is 2020. There are nationwide movements and policies being implemented, including reallocation of police budgets. Have you heard of that one quote that says, "When you are neutral in times of injustice, you have just chosen the side of the oppressor"? That was reflected last week in those city council members who abstained from the motion to defund RPD by 20%. The community is watching the moves you make. Think of the legacy you will be leaving to our community once your terms are over. I would like to urge you to consider calling for a task force to be created with Black youth and people impacted by policing to develop a plan to reimagine public safety in the community. Please consider and think about the needs of the community and consider reallocating funds to mental health and youth programs. Is that it? That's it? Okay. That is it on the public comments.
Excuse me, I thought you said my name was down there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Now we have Councilmember Martinez.
Thank you.
Are you speaking as a council member or as a public? Because the public gets 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm speaking as a council member.
Okay.
I recognize the library because when I was a child, the library was my home and books were my mother. As someone who grew up in the library, I make this pledge. As the Richmond Public Library is an invaluable asset to the community, being the center that creates and holds our history and culture, the one educational institution this city has and which is mandated by the city charter, recognizing that residents depend on it for lifelong learning, technology, recreational reading, research, literacy, homework help, story times, and more, and that access to these services are made available to all community members of all backgrounds, races, genders, ages, sexual orientation, and abilities, regardless of housing, immigration status, or the ability to pay. I pledge that I will take no action to cut library services or the dedicated frontline workers that deliver them. And I ask my fellow council members to also make this pledge. So thank you.
Are there other comments from council members? Councilmember Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I'll affirm that pledge due from Councilmember Martinez, and I'm prepared to make a motion tonight. And just to capture everything in summary, yeah, this budget has been a cluster of an obstacle from the beginning. And, you know, I just appreciate everybody's hard work and really looking on and seeing how we get past this budget cycle without cuts to services and layoffs. And I appreciate the community's participation on seeing how they want to see their budget be spent. So that being said, I do affirm that commitment along with Councilmember Martinez, and I'm prepared to make a motion. I'm gonna craft this as I go, but make a motion that we adopt the union's presentation, option E, for budget balancing options. Of course, excluding the ones that have already been double counted and excluding the refilling the lieutenant position.
Is there a second? I don't see a second.
I second the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'd like to ask the city manager to provide her recommendation.
Thank you. So just like last time, we have not had a chance to fully look at everything. We would like to bring back some information to you on the OPEB contribution. And we recommend that we've already taken a lot of different direction from you all. So we're prepared to bring back a budget next week. It would be likely different than what you're talking about this evening. So again, we would like the opportunity to be able to more fully respond next week.
Okay, is there any further discussion, any questions for the city manager?
I'll just add one thing to the motion. Any cuts we made, I agree, they need to start from the top total compensation, and we shouldn't even be looking at people making less than $100,000 for cuts, because living in the Bay Area, it's already hard enough. And this is coming from me and the rest of us as a council who are experiencing cuts to some of our compensations as we went through the budget process too, and that's going to impact us all.
Okay, if there are no more comments, looks like we're ready for a vote. Councilmember Bates, did you have something to say? You need to unmute yourself. I meant Vice Mayor Bates, I'm sorry.
Well, I appreciate the support for the library. I hope this council recognizes that all of these departments are important. You know, we've had a lot of inquiries about the swim centers, the recreation department, and we can go on and on. Unfortunately, when we have a problem of this nature, everyone, not just selected groups, but everyone's going to have to take a cut. Some kind of way they have to make a contribution to help balance the budget. And I can't make a commitment to the public safety, to the library, to the recreation, the swim centers, code enforcement, without hearing what our city manager is going to recommend in the upcoming week. That's her job. And I don't want to micromanage. I don't think we should micromanage and tell her what she can cut and what she shouldn't cut. She has a responsibility of coming back with a balanced budget. And until I see what she is going to present, I'm not committing myself to not cutting anyone. That's just the reality of what I think a responsible council will do. So I won't support the motion.
Any other comments? If not, take a roll call vote, please, Madam Clerk.
That was a second by Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Correct.
Vice Mayor Bates.
No.
Councilmember Choi.
No.
Councilmember Johnson.
No.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Myrick.
No.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion fails with Councilmembers Martinez and Willis voting yes.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I mentioned earlier, there's one item that was on the presentation that the union did last week that we didn't do, and that was not on their presentation this week, but that I do think is in line with a lot of the calls we've heard from the public, and I think even has support of the union. So I think we might as well get the savings from it. The police vehicle replacements, it looks like there's about $880,000 that could be saved by delaying that. And so I want to make a motion that we delay that $880,000 for vehicle replacements in the police.
I'll second that.
Okay, again, I want to go back and get staff's take on this. So, city manager or other appropriate staff, would you like to comment on that before we vote on it?
Yeah, I would like that our police chief or public works director, they commented last time, but maybe they have additional information for this evening. Or could repeat some of their comments from last week. So is Yoder or Bisa available? All right, I'm afraid that they're not available. There we go. Tawfiq might be available.
Tawfiq.
Good evening, Mayor Butt, members of the City Council. My name is Tawfiq Halabi, and I work in the Public Works Department. So these vehicles have been deferred for a number of years, and we have already eliminated many of the other vehicles that we consider to be non-essential. So in my assessment, these are the vehicles that have bubbled up to the top of the list, and I will allow, I'll ask Chief French to chime in as well.
Go ahead,
Thank
Chief
you.
French.
Thank you, Mayor, City Councilman. These vehicles have been deferred for many years now, and delaying this is going to result in officers not having any vehicles to drive for patrol. That's the bottom line. This is the entire fleet budget. So if a car accident occurs, if a vehicle goes down, and I talked last week about the fact that several of these vehicles are no longer in, have parts available for order. So once a part goes down, then there's no ability to replace the parts in these vehicles. So the remaining 880,000 would take away our ability to fix any vehicles or to purchase any vehicles.
Okay, I think we'll take a vote on that now.
Well, I wanted to comment on that, Mr. Mayor. Am I muted? Yeah, I'm okay. If you don't have the tools to do your job, whether it's police vehicles or heavy duty equipment, you're in trouble. So I would suggest that the city manager work with the police chief to come back with a reasonable amount of automobiles, not the full allocation that was initially requested, but do some compromising and come back with a fleet that keeps you functioning the best of your ability. But to completely ignore the problems that we have with vehicles, we're asking for trouble down the road. If they can't respond, then we're gonna have, it's gonna be embarrassing. So that's what I would recommend, is that the city manager work with the chief to come back with a reasonable amount of vehicles for the final budgetary process.
And before we vote, I just want to make my pitch again. I've made it several times, but we have something like $7.4 million in overtime in our current budget. And we could very easily balance our budget by taking that overtime out. And I would like the city manager to think about that also. So did I see your hand go up, Eduardo?
Yes, you did.
Martinez, okay. Before we vote.
I agree with you about the overtime. I think we need to find some way that overtime does not keep bleeding the budget. But I'm curious, how old are these cars? Or are they, 1995, 1973? What are they? I mean, I don't understand how you can't find parts for them.
If I remember,
my car is 1995, and I can find parts for it.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, and hopefully Tawfiq has some additional information, if I remember correctly from last time, the average life of a police vehicle is somewhere between 2 and 4 years. And these were somewhere between 8 and 10 years old.
Yes,
So
that's
that
correct.
was-
That's my recollection as well. Typically, three years is the useful life, and ours are sometimes hitting 12 years old, 2008 models.
Because it's based on mileage, not just on the years, and police vehicles have a lot of miles every year.
My car has a lot of mileage on it too. But through maintenance and safe driving, it's still running and running well, and I can find parts for it. But what really bothers me is that this council passed an extraordinary amount of money for the police department to have a workout room. I mean, you know, we need to start looking at what's important. You know, do we need workout equipment or do we need cars? So I don't know. I get frustrated whenever workout equipment is passed on the consent calendar, and so can you speak to that?
I'm not sure who you're asking, Councilmember. I can't speak to that. I don't believe I can't speak to that now.
It happened a couple of months ago.
Let's vote. Let's
Could
vote.
could I suggest something, Mr. Mayor? Why don't Councilmember Martinez put that on the checklist? I do hear what you're saying in reference to this equipment and so forth. And by the way, I've seen your car, Mr. Martinez, and you really need another one. And I'm willing to chip in and help you buy another one. But
you know what? I'm someone who knows how to live within my budget. And this city needs to learn the same thing.
But on a serious note, I think, Tom, you got a beautiful point. Let's look at the overtime. Let's cut that back. And the equipment, let's cut that back if we're going to provide additional funding for the vehicle. So I would suggest that go on a checklist and let's review it next week.
Here's the beautiful thing about overtime. Nobody gets laid off. Nobody gets furloughed. Everybody keeps their job full time, and we save $7.4 million. It's like a win-win.
But you can't eliminate it.
And some of these folks who get that overtime are pulling down over $500,000 a year. Okay, let's vote on the motion that's on the floor.
What's the motion?
The motion is to delay police funding for vehicles with an $880,000 savings.
I make a substitute motion. We put it on a checklist and we review it next week.
Is there a second for the substitute motion? Well, I'll second it for discussion. So let's vote on the substitute motion.
Vice Mayor Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Choi?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Martinez?
No.
Councilmember Myrick?
No.
Councilmember Willis?
No.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Martinez, Myrick, and Willis voting no.
So let's see, do we have last item, reports of officers?
Our last item to reports of officers, referrals to staff and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Anybody have anything?
I'll just report that I was at the Father's Day street painting mural last Sunday with Councilmember Choi and Councilmember Martinez. I don't know if other council members showed up right after me, but it was a peaceful community event. There was a lot of good feedback I seen from residents passing by, honking, and really feeling empowered by what they were doing. And it really gave community a sense of ownership in their city and increased investment on how they want to see this city shaped and move forward. So it was a beautiful event. And if you haven't checked out the street mural that says reparations now, it's on McDonald Avenue, right in front of the Richmond Library.
Anyone else? Councilmember Johnson.
So I know we had talked about festivals earlier in this whole budget discussion, and we had to cancel the Juneteenth festival. However, a coalition of African-American organizations have put together a Juneteenth caravan taking place this Friday. And it will, of course, shedding light on the 155th anniversary of Juneteenth, while also spreading the word of the Census 2020. The caravan will start in North Richmond on Fred Jackson Way and make its way through the Iron Triangle on 7th Street, turning on to McDonald, and then turning on to 22nd Street and onto Carlson, and then on to Cutting and ending at Kennedy High School. If you would like to participate, the Facebook event is floating out there with the link on there. And if you'd like to just spectate, please come out and, cheer. The celebration for Juneteenth continues. So just wanted to announce that as well.
Councilmember Johnson, what time on Friday?
10 a.m.
Oh, 8 a.m. Okay, cool. Thank you.
10. That's it.
Wait, is it 8 or 10?
I said 10. I said 10. I don't know where 8 came from. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I got you. Good. 10 a.m.
You was about to have a whole lot of people blow my phone up. I did not say 8 o'clock.
I would have just showed up by myself saying, okay, I guess it got canceled. Cool.
I'll be sure to get you the flyer and information.
Yes, I wanted to report Saturday, there was a Juneteenth celebration at the Marina Bay Park, and that was well attended. So they had a stage, they had singers, they had presentations, they had Black businesses showing what they do. So
last council meeting, I believe it was the last one, Vice Mayor Bates asked me to appoint an ad hoc committee to review police procedures and policies. So I am going to appoint myself and Vice Mayor Bates and Councilmember Johnson to constitute an ad hoc committee for that purpose. And if there's nothing else,
I'll say something real quick. I've heard about that floating around because I think it came out in your e-form, and I heard a lot of pushback on getting this agendized to talk about a structure, turning it into a more formal task force with more community input in that. So if you're open to that, Mr. Mayor, I would just ask to delay that just to have that conversation before moving forward on that.
Well, I learned a little bit when we appointed our ad hoc task force on the budget, because the original intent was that that we would have the union people join us and they would be ex officio members. And the city attorney informed me that we couldn't do that. They informed me that we could invite them or anybody else to participate in a meeting as guests, but that they could not actually be part of the committee. So I had suggested, somebody asked me about this. I had suggested that while the committee can only consist of 3 people, the committee can have a meeting and can invite other people to participate. And that was my intention. As far as holding off on this, I'm going to throw it back to Vice Mayor Bates. He's the one that asked me to do it, and I was following through with it. So what's your pleasure, Vice Mayor? You want to go with what we got, or you want to wait? You're muted. Start over again. No, you're still muted.
Oh, well, I appreciate your response. I understand the charter, and if that's the charter, so be it. It would have been nice, of course, that we've been able to include a large number, not too many, but individuals that had different viewpoints and expertise in the area. But the fact that you're recognizing at least a committee, now we can reach out and get the citizenry who wants to come in and give their testimony and experience and give us some insight. The idea is to try to come up with something that the community can participate in and that we can be successful in moving forward. doing nothing is not an option. We've got too many problems. So we need, if this is a step, let's see what happens. If it doesn't work, then we'll look for another alternative.
So I'm
It's
prepared
my
to.
final, sorry.
Go ahead.
I have a question from legal.
Final pitch. I wasn't saying not doing anything at all. I was just saying formalize this and agendize it as a task force so we could talk about the components that should be in a task force, similar to how the homeless task force has been operating, which has been very successful in my and many other community members' opinion, and getting folks involved.
Let me also say that recommending policy to the police department is one of the jobs of the Richmond Community Police Review Commission. And I think I told you this last time, but I talked to the chair, David Brown, and I've suggested that they take up, that they immediately take up and start talking about at least these items called 8 Can't Wait, and make it a priority for the commission to take those up. Commission meetings are open to the public, of course, and they run by the Brown Act. And so that's going to be 2 different bodies looking at this. And my suggestion would be, let's see how it goes before we, before we start building another bureaucracy. If people don't think this is working, we can go to plan B. So anyway, that's what I'm going to do. If the council wants to do something different, you're certainly welcome to bring it up.
I have a question of legal.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead and ask.
Yeah. I've been talking to community members about policing. So is it okay for me to continue those conversations, considering that there is a ad hoc committee, as long as I don't have conversations with people on the ad hoc committee?
Of course. The legal limitation on ad hoc committee is that if you form an ad hoc committee that's less than the majority of the council, that isn't subject to the Brown Act noticing requirements, that has to be a committee that's just composed of that minority of the legislative body. It can't include other people. But of course, individual council members can continue to talk to community members about the issue. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Unless I hear a good reason not to, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
The time is 9:02.
One other thing, Bates, when are you going to start my car fund?
Bye.
I'm gonna go on Facebook and Twitter and see if we can't get a little funds for you.
You should check out TikTok too. I heard that's how they dismantled that Trump rally in Tulsa. So there might be a good revenue source there, sir.
Yeah, okay.
But don't expect a Mercedes. It'll be a Hyundai, one of those cheapies.
Y'all have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.